Hello everyone, welcome back to the Trident build stream. This is part 7, it should be the final one. We have a lot to go through today. Last time we were able to print with PLA. This time we're going to finish, polish up everything, install a display, get it set up to run input shaper, and fully enclose it. So let's get started. Hi Sanity. So we're going to start with the display. So I am going to be installing a 4.3 inch touchscreen. The particular one I got here is from WaveShare, and I ordered it off of Amazon. And it's going to connect to the Pi via DSI cable. Set that there. It comes with a little bag of hardware that we're going to use. Now, the mount I use for this, let me find it, and we're going to go searching on the Voron user's GitHub, because I'm going to find it so we can give proper credit here and so other people can use it. A few more things before we do that is I got a new second angle camera and it appears to be working, and I set up, and let's hope it works, an overhead cam, and that's set up with a an old iPhone and Epoch Cam app. We'll see how well it works. It's communicating via Wi-Fi, I think, right now, because I couldn't get it to work reliably with USB. So, but this one has been working great, and I think the problem I had before was a broken wire in the camera I was using, in the other Logitech camera, because I noticed later after doing some more testing it would happen when I moved it. So, okay. So, hey everybody who said hi. We are going to switch over to a browser, and I am going to go searching for Voron user mod GitHub. We're going to go here, and we're going to go into the printer mods, and I'm just going to search for let's try touch. And we're just going to search through V2 for Octodash. I don't think this was it. We'll come back to it. This is it. So I don't know how to pronounce that. Yohei? That's terrible. Sorry. Oops, and that's the display we're using, except I got it from Amazon. So let's go back to the GitHub page and actually go to the touchscreen mount. So this is a neat little design. It flows well with the skirts, so that's why I like to use it. I feel like it does, if you notice here, it does get really close. Unless I'm careful, I can activate the screen when I'm opening the doors, but it's not too big of a deal. So I made a couple of little tweaks. I changed the front, this to just be the inner part of the Voron logo, and then I changed some of the framing on the side to close it up. I don't know. I think I added some ribbing in here or something. Just my own preferences. So let's go ahead and close that. We're going to start getting this set up. Oh, actually, let's go back. Sorry. Go back and confirm I'm just putting it together right. No problem, Clemix boy. Hope those were useful. And we're going to search for a wave share. Or wave, whatever. I think he just has you using a couple of M2 self-tappers. M2 by 10 self-tappers. Okay. So this thing goes on here, and then we use the screws it came with. And these are Phillips head. And my Phillips head screwdriver. Where did I put that? That's weird, I just had it. Oh. There it is. Everything off camera is an absolute mess. Isn't that the way it normally is? Oh, the display has little caps over the screw holes. Let's get rid of those. Hey Sanity, are you talking about the one for Trident? The display holder? Okay. Let's see, that's there. So, interesting you say that. What I am, or what I was planning on doing, if I feel like we have time, is I want to put that on my original V2. So, I printed all the parts to go through the assembly process here on stream. So, if we have time and I don't feel like I'm going to run out, because I want to get this thing finished off, we'll assemble that. Mark, I don't think the back center piece will fit on the front. However, there should be, I believe it's in the V2 repo, there might be a blank that was done on request ages ago. If you can't find it, message me in Discord and I'll make sure you get it. It just says Voron, I think, on it. It is rapidly becoming not shorts and sandals weather, though. We were at 90 degrees last Monday and under 70 today. Hey, lol. So before we get too far into this, I don't usually do this. I don't know why. I do plan on a lot of future content. So be sure to subscribe and hit that bell. One thing I am planning, it's looking like I may end up with a switch wire kit. And I'm planning on doing like I did with the V0, but I did it in Discord. I'm going to do a one sitting build marathon on that. Okay, that is not hitting the screw. Let me loosen this one and make sure I don't. So, if you don't want to miss that, be sure you do all the YouTube stuff. That is very frustrating. There is going to be some legacy content. Probably next week, actually. Next week's stream will be working on my legacy. I will be swapping the I'm using Z steppers and couplers and lead screws now, and I'm going to swap for some integrated, and I'm going to swap out the Pi Zero that I have in there right now for a Pi 3A, I think it is, so I can run the automatic input shaping. Whoa, that was really close. Hey, Blam. Blam was one of our Trident beta testers. Very, very helpful and continues to be helpful. I appreciate it, Blam. Thank you. Okay. So that's on there, and then this little cover. Oops. I am Mr. Butterfingers today. Oh, I didn't do that close up. Oh well, sorry. We'll have plenty of protective plastic peeling going on today. This just goes on and does like that. And then there's two very short. I think these will be long enough. Self-tappers that hold the display cover in place. So I want to actually be able to see what I'm doing here, so switch over to the and that just immediately broke. But it's held in place. Very thin plastic right there. And that is all there is to putting that together. Hey Lol, this is a first test run of the Trident frames. The only custom part about it though is the color. I don't think they're going to do orange in their production runs, but the rest of it was for the 250 and the 300 size were correct. I had an error in the 350 size that they've corrected. And I have these boxes down here. Those are the 350 orange frames that have an error in them. So, and that broke. There's a little tab here that holds it on. I'm hoping the head of the screw will hold it on well enough. But that really thin spot and it broke. Okay, let's put I might have wanted to put the DSI cable on this before I put it on here, but I think I can squeeze it in there. This is a Wave Share 4.3 inch. I think that's correct. Okay. Printer is on right now, so let's shut it down. Yeah, send me a message on Discord, Lo. We can chat. Okay. if we can take advantage of, hey, let's try that. And what do we have? In 3 T-nuts. Oh, while we're under here, we're going to do a few other things too. How's that camera angle? Maybe at least while we're doing this. Sorry about getting my head in the way. I don't know if it is. Okay, I want to somewhat center this on the Now if you're planning on duplicating the setup, the wave share display just comes with a cable that's about yay long, and it's just meant to loop if you mount this thing to the Pi. So I had to buy this separate. And the gotcha with these is you want to make sure you get it where the contacts on the ends are on opposite sides. If they're both on the same side, the cable won't work, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to run this. Right here and sneak under the Pi and plug in. Right there, and I think that'll work. So for that switch wire build I'm going to be doing, I think I'm going to end up with a red frame. If anybody has any suggestions for printed part colors, post them in the comments and I'll pay attention and figure out if I have that and what I'm going to go with. Okay. So that's the physical hookup of the display. That's all that's needed. While we're under here, we're going to prep for a later thing we're going to work on, and that's put in a plug. So I'm going to use this skirt plug socket thing for the input shaping cable. So I got this. Let's do another little search on GitHub, but we're going to search for the Enraged Rabbit Kyrat feeder, because I'm pretty sure I got it from him. There is a part in here that he modified from somebody else for connecting the cables to the, and is it in here? Connecting the cables to the skirts, and it's a microfit plug. I don't remember where I found that. There's another potential for future project on this channel is building one of these and getting it set up. I have most of the parts right now, and I apologize, I'm not finding... I found this... Is it in here? Yeah, I'm sorry. It came from this project, and I just modified it to be a... for a 6-pin connector. So... So this goes in, and I'm going to go on this side. So this goes into the skirt, and then there's a little locking ring that goes on the back. Let's see how this goes. I think it goes right like this. I think it's supposed to be tight. I don't know how tight, but I'm not able to get a good grip. Am I doing that? Am I getting it on right? Let's try it that way. Is everybody able to hear me? How's the volume levels in general? I cannot get this to go on. Here. Let's get a little... Okay, awesome. Thank you, Sanity. Okay, what do we got going on? There we go. I just needed a better angle on it. So that lock ring snaps around there. It should be enough to keep it held in place. And that's really not where I wanted to put it. I wanted to put it right here. No, it's not. I did want to go there. Never mind. I had myself turned around. Yeah, the nice thing, or nice or maybe not so nice thing about these colorful frames is they're almost all the accent you need in and of themselves. So this is a microfit panel housing, I guess is what you would call it. Panel connector housing. It's a really clever design. I should pull this out again. Actually, I have another one. So I'm going to put this on all my printers. But the microfit connector, the female side connector goes in, and then a screw holds it from the back. There's tabs on the front to keep it from pulling all the way through, and then the plug goes in here, and you can still get to the unlock tab. And since I have a lot of printers that can use the ADXL sensor, I think it'd be a good idea to put those on all my printers. Skirt micro. Okay, thank you, Powell. I appreciate that. Let's go find that. Just so I can give proper. Let's go back from this wave share. and we're going to search for let's just search for micro. And you said it was from, let's see who it's from. Microswitch pod, skirt keystone. Yeah, this is the source. But I took the one that was in the ERCF repo because it was a 5-pin right in the center. It was easy to mod. Just push a few surfaces, and it fit the 6-pin. He included the CAD, which is always hugely welcome. Okay, so that's there, and we're going to plug it into the Pi. Let's go this. It goes the... Let me find a... So the... Let's go here. If we go to the Clipper documentation page, so this is one thing that I'm hoping people get out of, one thing people get out of these streams is how to go and find information, and maybe me just going and finding it might help. So if we go to the clipper3d.org and go to documentation, there's a page down here, measuring resonance. And we're going to return to this page when we further set up. But right now we're going to scroll down here and we're going to look at these the wiring diagram, and the voltage VCC on this is the 9th pin down from the top of the Pi. So I'm going to count that and mark it so I can plug this module in correctly. So give me a second. We're going to go... Oh, I need to get the other glasses. Drop more stuff on the ground. Temporarily unplug this. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just going to mark that so I don't miss it. And that should plug in. Oh, backwards. We're going to go right like this, and we're going to confirm I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. Plug this back in, and now that part should be ready for us when we get to the input shaping part. Okay, so yeah, this has, for the AB steppers, 25 tooth pulleys and these big 60 millimeter high torque steppers, which are the source of the printer being pretty loud. I'll probably be playing around with different settings on those and different steppers all together and see what different results we get. Okay, that is good. So now I've got the other side. It's just a quick cable I made with a DuPont connector for the ADXL sensor and a male microfit on this side. And so I just plug that in there, bolt this to the tool head, and we'll be able to test that. I'm going to set this aside for now. I spent some time and pre-applied VHB to the hinges and put the bolts in, because I'm sure super exciting watching me put in 50 different bolts and T-nuts. Display's on. Let's set up the display and see if it works. This is just for right now. So for setting this up, we're going to go to the Clipper screen GitHub, and he has some documentation here. So I've turned this on, and we are getting stuff on the screen, so it works, but it's not set up to actually display what we need to. So we are going to go to installation, and we are going to go through these. Okay. You have installed it on the GUI version, then use install process meant for Raspbian non-desktop version, aka Raspbian Lite. If you have installed it on the GUI version, then use this to set the boot to console. So let's open up a command window. And bring this over here. Let's say pi. SSH into the pi. Pi-config. Go into the Raspberry Pi configuration. Now we're going to go to System Options, Boot Auto Logon, and B1 Console. Okay, I don't know if that was already selected, but reboot. Clipper and Moonraker are already installed. It says ensure 127.0.0.1 is a trusted client from Moonraker. Well, we have to wait for this to reboot. Just a second. If you go to machine and then the Moonraker config 127.0.0.0 is there. Oops, let me find the... I don't know if this is critical or not, but we're gonna copy this and put it in there. I think you just... Can I do that? No, that's not what I want. Let's see. Font 20. There we go. Is that better? How is that? We can go larger if we need to. I want to check something because I don't know what... I'm going to go to my... No. V2 green. I have this screen set up on this printer. So yeah, this is just added in there. Okay, I wanted to make sure it didn't look right. So I'm just gonna put it right here. Save and restart. Let's go back to there. Warning, if you wish to use the update manager, then we need to add the update manager. So let's add this. So we just copy and paste that text there so we can use the interface, the mainsail or fluid or whatever interface to update Clipper screen as well. Good morning, Tony. And then we're going to execute the following commands to install it. So let's go back here and see. Oops. Now the rest of them I'm going to copy and paste. I'm using a dual monitor stand for my computer setup here. In the second stand I have a laptop, an old 17-inch monster of an Asus gaming laptop that I have to type on, so it's a little awkward. Why is this not? What is going on? Back here. Okay. So that command's going to run. And finish. Everything looks okay. Why isn't right click to paste working in here? And then run a script to install. Cat hair everywhere. No matter what I do. I don't think this takes all that long. While we do that, let's look at what the next steps are. Right click to paste works fine on my other computer. This isn't the computer I normally use, but that's normal. I mean, that's what I've been doing on the other computer. There's something different about this one. This script will install. If you need a custom location, you can add. At this point, Clipper screen should be working. Okay, so let's find out. Once this is all done. Let's scroll back in chat and see if I missed any color suggestions. If you guys put them in the comments of the video, I'll be sure to see them. Red frame. My first, I mean, everything I've been doing is dark color and silver. I was thinking stellar black and stellar blue maybe. We'll see if someone comes up with something that sounds amazing. I have a lot of filament, a lot of selection. Oh, while we're waiting for this, last stream we set up the LGX on this, and we looked up and found the gear ratio settings for the LGX, but they're wrong. Kilo Qubit found and actually counted. He took his apart and counted the teeth on the inside there, and they're off by 1. So we are going to, what is this doing? We're just installing. So let's reconnect here, and we are going to change that. We're going to go down to the, while we're waiting for that, we're going to go down here, and 45 to 14 is incorrect. It should be 44 to 14, and then 37 to 17 is correct. So we're just going to save and close that right now. It'll apply next time the thing reboots. I don't want to chance messing any of this up, so it's continuing. I don't remember how long this was going to work, or how long this was going to go. Does look good all finished though, doesn't it? Hi Ty, I am using an octopus on this as well. Getting used to that camera. It's way better than the other one though. Well, it works. Okay, so we got through that, and it did this. I don't know why everything is red. It says error command aired out with exit status 1. Some script. Don't know. Oh, hey, apparently it doesn't matter. It's working. Right, let's see. Homing. Woohoo! Make sure we're still... Yep, everything's good. Awesome. If it works, we can ignore the red text, right? I might have a problem, I just noticed. Let's see if I can... see if we can get in here. See if I can force it to... You see the red wire there? That doesn't look happy. I'm going to get a closer look at that before we try to do anything else. So, let me... So what's gone on is I didn't capture the insulation well with the crimp terminal. It does appear to be solid though. I just noticed I saw way too much silver there. So just checking, just observing and checking. So I think it'll be okay. this regtech's Beartastic. This was the errors that came up when I was installing Clipper Screen. I honestly haven't read it close enough, and I don't know if I would understand it if I did read it close enough. But it's working, so I'm not going to worry about it. So let's go back and see if there's anything else we need to do here, but I think we're good. So Clipper Screen is running. We have the display installed. So next thing I want to do is start the install for Input Shaper, because that one takes a really long time. And while it's installing, we'll play around with some panels. Sanity, you're funny. So let's go ahead and... well, we can leave that. It's going to boot us anyway when we do the firmware restart. There. That'll take care of that config change we made. So, Input Shaper setup. If we go back to this page, this is all the measuring resonances information. If we go down here to software installation, we are going to run through a bunch of commands. Oh, this didn't. That's right. We just did a firmware restart, not a system restart. So we are going to... first, you'll have to run on your Raspberry Pi the following commands. So let's get this. And that's going to run. Then we come back. Next, run the following to install the additional dependencies. I want to go here first. Where was this? Huh, there's no... okay. Maybe there? I'm curious why it's not... anyway, paste. I don't know which of these is going to take a while, so I'm just going to keep an eye on the screen, and we're going to move on to other little bits of the build. So kind of jumping around, but trying to be somewhat efficient. So for the exhaust setup, I have all the pieces and parts. I've got a 60mm GDS time fan, and the grill, and the mounts. And we started working on this last stream, and I decided not to actually install it because I wasn't going to put the panel on. I was planning for what I was going to do, and notice there's not really a great way to get the wiring from this fan into the printer. So I'm going to try, this needs to blow out, so label side out, but if I put the wiring through this, I think if I put the wiring through both grooves there, and maybe file a slot, a little spot here, I can bolt this on and have the wiring inside of here. And then it would just get pushed out of the way by the element inside. So I set this here. I marked where I want to file it, but I haven't done it yet. So I'm going to just take this part and file a groove into it. I have no idea how much of a groove I'm going to need, and hopefully it's not too irritating. Maybe I think this is a prime candidate for a little revision, because I can't think of too many better ways to do the wiring. The wiring here. Some side cutters. Little side cutter motivation. Add a little bit of X-Acto knife. And you will never see that. That would be a nice, easy tweak to the printed part. Okay. That, put in some heated inserts. The pile of heat set inserts. Hi, Kit. I didn't get that one enough. And all of this will go here. And I made, and well, this is based on the side skirt pieces, but just a spacer to go on here and kind of cover the ugliness of the label on the fan. So let me get some, I think those are 30mm screws. Maybe I can get away with 25s because I'm like basically out of 30s. Yeah, 25s will work. What am I missing? Not hitting the... Why am I not hitting the inset? There we go. It's working. Why is that not? There we go. I was just missing it. Okay. I don't know if you can tell, but I did a Hilbert curve on the first layer for that. And, oh, sorry. And that. I think it gives a neat effect. Okay, so now I'm going to cut this off because I'm going to use a microfit. And I don't think I'm going to have quite the perfect lengths here, but this can tuck up inside, and then I'm going to run it through the frame extrusion here, there on that side. So let me grab my microfit stuff. I got rid of the kit. I don't know where I put it, but I got rid of the kit container and printed up some of my bin dividers, and this is much nicer. Thanks, DC. Okay, a little sidetrack. Let's go back. That ran, so let's go to the next command. And I think this is the, well, nope. Okay. So let's go back. Next step. Oh, okay. I remember that taking a whole lot longer. So I think we're done. So we have to add some stuff to the configuration, which I had already done because I copied this from my, if we come back here and go to the printer config and go to the top, there's a bunch of stuff I had commented out. So we'll uncomment that, and we'll actually also go to, we have to set up the, here, there's a, set up the pi as a, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on Clipper screen. Set up the pi as a microcontroller. So here's the, afterwards check and follow the instructions in the RPi microcontroller document. So if we go here, then we'll follow these instructions. So we'll do that here in a second. Let's go back to the, fan wiring. And just a two-pin microfit is what I'm going to use here. Russell, what did I use? Pretty much a lot, because being the designer of Trident and LDO wanting to put out a parts for this. They want to validate everything works. They sent me the frame, the rails, and the steppers. Other than that, I got the build plate from Mandela Roseworks. The LGX I bought from Philistruder. The display is from Amazon. Chains and stuff, I'd never used the IGUS stuff, so I bought IGUS chains and the IGUS spherical bearings at the Z joints. And then Printed Solid sent their ACM panels and then their acrylic rest of the panels to test fit on. Okay, do a little bit of wiring here real quick. And I want this to be the male side, so that's the female terminals. These just go in here. And then that'll sneak out the grill when I'm done. I have some Remington PTFE wire. So let's see how long. Let's see if I can estimate it here. So I'm going to come from about here. I'm going to go through the frame, come down to here, and then this is a fan. It's got to go all the way to the other side of the printer. So I'm just going to make sure that I've got enough length here. So it's probably, if I was doing this on my own, I'd probably go estimate a little closer on what I need, but it's not going to be that far off. Yeah. I'll end up with a few inches that I might be able to use somewhere else later. It goes in my bin of spare PTFE wire remnants. Just crimp these on. This is going to be, I have to admit, this will be the very first Voron I've built of this style, the Trident or V2, that I've actually hooked up the exhaust fan on. And I'm only doing it because I want this to be a complete build. Okay, make sure I keep the polarity right on this. One. Two. Okay, so that will be ready for us to run that wire. Anything in chat? Recirculating filter mod for this part. I haven't seen too many of those. I know the Nevermore and stuff is out there. Doesn't that need some frequent changing of the carbon element in it? And that, sorry, that didn't appeal to me. If I have to, it sounded extremely frequent unless I saw some older or different information. Okay, so I am going to, I think this is all set. So we're going to do some more configuration on the input shaper and all that kind of stuff. But for right now, we're going to shut this down. And you'll see the front screen switches to the shutdown information. Yeah, 40 to 50 hours is really frequent if you're printing a lot. I'm sorry, that doesn't appeal to me to have to do that often. I'm out in the garage too though, so I don't know if I get better ventilation or worse, but I'm going to turn this off. Whew. Okay. Let's install the back panel. Then we can... So, another thing I didn't want you to have to sit here and watch me do is put foam tape on a bunch of panels, so I did that ahead of time. So I have ACM panel, I don't know if you can see it there, but I already put the 1mm foam tape on the edges, not along the cutout, just along the rest of the perimeter. Kit, that's a microfit, 6-pin microfit connector I'm using for the ADXL wiring connection for input shaper. Yeah. This stuff's on there. There. Is that satisfying enough? We have a lot of that to do. That really would be cool, Kit. Some laser etching. Ooh, a little bit of a scratch there. That might rub off. Okay, so I am going to, maybe this is a bad idea, but I'm just going to dump these. Easier to sort through for the, so there's two different versions of these. There's a, here, let's use, there's the 6mm version and the 4mm version. So when you use the 1mm foam tape with a 3mm panel, we use the 4mm. Okay, I'm going to do this how I normally do this, instead of trying to pull just the bottom part of this and grab the bottom center one. I'm not worried about whether they're actually centered yet. Yeah. pile of them over here. Okay, now shift things around. Oh, that one didn't catch. You can there we go. You can look down the slot to make sure the T-nuts rotate into place. Sometimes you have to shift them side to side, shift the whole part side to side in the slot, because if it's not relatively centered, it'll get caught. I did put foam tape on everything ahead of the stream, so you didn't have to watch me do that. I mean, I probably spent, between putting the VHP tape stuff and the foam tape on stuff and inserting these, pre-inserting the screws and T-nuts, I probably spent an hour and a half of prep work just while I sit there watching YouTube or something. So. What Pi do you have in there? Do you have a Pi Zero kit? That one didn't rotate into place. There we go. Yeah, the only other advantage you'd get is being able to run this input shaper stuff we're doing. So one thing I'm going to try, and I think it'll work on the Legacy when we do that, is I'm going to power the Pi 3A Plus off the controller that's in there, but I'm installing the little 5-volt power board in there that's supposed to give, I think it's 3 amps. And the nice thing about the 3A Plus is it's available. I bought it and it's not expensive. It was like $25 or something on DigiKey. I don't know how well it's going to work, so don't rush out and change something, but I'm going to try it, and that's what we're going to try, I think, next weekend, because I think it's going to be not this coming weekend, but the following weekend before I can do the Switchwire stream. Okay, now this is a lot easier. Look at that. Okay, this guy's gonna go in there. These are the mounts for the exhaust filter. The Jeff, the Octopus does, I mean, and the Spider have built-in setups to power the 3 and the 4. The other boards won't, the way they, I don't know what the current limit is on them, but it's not enough to power a 3 or 4. But I'm hoping with the little supplemental power board that they usually they spec, it's really for running a bigger NeoPixel strip or whatever. I'm hoping that'll give me enough to run the Pi 3A off of. Yeah, the spider does. Let's see what I misspoke. The octopus does. So this little header right here, here's a USB port. There's, I don't remember what this is, but the one right next to the step stick spot, that's the Raspberry Pi. The two bottom pins are your transmit and receive UART. I think the two top pins are plus 5 volts, and all the pins in the middle are ground. I don't know where that board's somewhere. Those might have to be adjusted, but and then this piece goes inside and goes right like that. I'm just test fitting. I have some thin clear VHB I'm gonna put on most of this. And I just, when I'm working with this VHB, I just use the side cutters to adjust or to trim it from the edges of the part, so you don't see it from the front right along there. That's absolutely true, Sanity. It is used everywhere, and I'm not going to put it along this whole thing because I'm probably going to redo something with this. But the idea is you would seal this to the back of the enclosure. I'm gonna just put some token stuff on here so it's relatively easy to remove later. Okay, and that's also going to space it out to all the correct dimensions. So this is going to go on there. Hey, let's see. Is this going to work? Ah. Nope. So that iPhone camera I found to be very unreliable. So we're not going to get the top-down view. I need to get another camera for that, I think. I'm not going to run that through here, so let's do this. Let's pull this back this way. This is going to go here, and a little bit of juggling work. Screw on there. through there. This Bowden coupler, you can. It's an E3D part. I mean, I'm sure that's available in a bunch of places. I've bought these from Filament. I've bought them from Printed Solid. One of the dev group had a bunch of extras. He sent me a few. Okay. And I think I'm going to sneak a wire up basically into here. I'll give you a better view of that here in a second. Let's see. I think you can use a Pi as a web or a Wi-Fi cam or whatever and connect to that with mainsail. Okay. That's all in there. We've got our wiring. And then I'm just going to what kind of view we'll get there. I'm going to do something like that. So let me run those real quick. I'm using these open builds. V-slot extrusion channel covers. But they work really well for this kind of thing. I'm just going to run this. And I just happened to grab a piece that was already cut. I think it's going to be... Oh, sorry. I think it's going to be an adequate length for that. And then this around. And then just run it down the middle of the extrusion. Pull the piece I had here before, because that was just there temporarily. Where did that go? There we go. Now all of that can get pushed into the so I've got a bunch of this stuff. Buy it in the 1 meter lengths. Let's see, that's probably good to go there. Got a lot of scraps. Probably perfect for there. Yeah, maybe a little shorter. this will cut with anything, but these little PTFE cutters make a nice bit for that. Put this down into the deck. Right there for now. Okay, we can get a decent view there. Just sneaking out the bottom and then held into the slot there. I'm going to put just a piece up here to hold it in place. Just to make sure it doesn't come out of there. Now, give myself a little bit of extra slack here. And we can plug our fan in. And then probably not have as much slack or tie it up. And then you'd put your filter material in there, which I can't find. I have a box of filter material. I tried to find it because I was going to put it in there. And I have no idea where it went. What do we have? There we go. That looks nice and clean. You can hardly see the wires from the inside. We'll do the under deck wiring here in a minute, but while it's here, I wanted to go ahead and I started by putting a piece of this slot cover in the front. This just keeps printer crap from getting into the slots. I'm gonna mark where I want to cut it. There we go. This one happened to already be the right length. And then, wow, I'm getting lucky with the remnants that are pretty much the perfect lengths. That one went right in. And mark this. There we go. And then a teeny tiny spot right here in the there. I've got everywhere. And it does help just to be able to wipe everything out of there without doing anything. Okay. Let's do the wiring on the bottom for that fan. Just go on the back. Nope, well, probably a bad idea to just put it right on its back anymore because the fan exhaust housing. See what we're gonna do here. Let's just do this. Have all our wiring coming from up here. I think we're just going to follow this. And we're going to plug in right next to the... So I'm going to give myself a little bit extra. And now I've got some remnants for my bin. Took that, I think I tossed it over here. The end I cut off. Oh, there it is. I'm going to D-pin it and just recycle that connector because these, I end up running out of these 2 and 3 pin JSTs all the time. Find my terminals. Okay, I tried to do this without shifting the camera, but I gotta get deeper into this drawer. I think that's back to normal. Ah, these are all male terminals. Is there anything left? No. There's a single terminal in there that I can use. These are all useless. Oh, where did I put the other ones? Found them. The Linneo kit to the rescue, actually, because these came with that. Okay. We are going to plug this in right here, probably. No, the last two, if we remember, the last two on the Octopus, the last two fan connectors are constant voltage. So I want to go to one of the PWM'd. Just put these terminals in the connector. So I'm going to run this all underneath all of this and plug this in right here. And I need to get a better angle at this, so I'll go back here. Shift this around and start cutting zip ties so I can get the wires managed a little bit. I'm just going to hit a couple of these just so they don't flop around in there. Okay, that will be good enough for now. Am I missing anything under the deck? Can we put the bottom panel on? So I am in the fourth spot up for the fan connector. I think this is a 12-inch ribbon cable, R-mills. So we're in the 4th spot up. Input shaper connectors on. I never put in the heat sets, remember that? I never put in the heat sets for the panel. Someone mentioned that in an earlier stream, and I said, we'll do it later. So I guess now is later. And I get to do, I'm going to do this a little. If I put it on there. That worked well. Not ideal. A lot easier before everything's installed on the printer. But not terrible. Last one. Torx, all the printed parts are the gray is KVP graphite. The silver is Paramount silver. Okay, we have the bottom panel. So the cutout goes to the front. And then this should all kind of sit in here. But I don't want to do that right there. How am I going to do this so you guys can see? I'm going to set this over here for a second. There's two things. I want you to be able to see, and this is resting on the skirt right now, so it's tweaking the skirt inside. Now I'm going to try, let's see if I can get the, let's see if this comes up. No? Hold on just a second. Oh. The camera app stopped. Is that gonna work? What do we have? Dead air is bad. One more try. And then I give up on that. Try. Nope, not gonna work. Oh well. Let's try it this way. Let's just get this off the edge so we're not tweaking the... We'll just give it a little bit of... Yep, so I'll have to figure that out. I don't think I'm going to rely on using an iPhone for a camera. That was just, I had extras. And I did. I paid $8 for that app. Because it seemed to be working, but it's not reliable. Okay, so I'm going to set this in here. This will generally sit inside of the skirts. Actually, yeah, we can do all this. Kind of tweaking the pieces a little bit. Just kind of get it in general spot. I need to take some of this off. But what I want to do is get all these clips that I pre-applied the tape to. Find the two that are the hinge. Maybe it wasn't the greatest idea to just dump these out. There we are. Okay, where are we at? The only area Torx Fighter where it's a concern is on the tool head next to the hot end. Other than that, ABS Plus should be fine everywhere. Okay, so what I do is I get it kind of wedged in here. So that way it's pretty much centered. And then I install these hinges without the VHB backing removed. So then we can remove the backing. And with this held, I can reach in through the hex and kind of attach, push in through the hex in the skirt. Oops, all that to stay. And then, oh shoot, that was dumb. I spent all that time. Oops, crap. There we go. It didn't stick very well to this plastic, at least. I spent all that time working on this, and I forgot to do it on the back. Let's get it back wedged in here. And then you do the same thing with the rest. Now you place them, put them in place. And this works so much better when the thing's on its top, because I'm working against gravity right now. I can hold this in place and get that screw started. That way we make sure that it's lined up, and then I can press, stick my finger through the hex here and press it into the board. I'm trying to get it into the, screwed into the heat set before the, there. Before the VHP sticks to the panel. Alan, I don't know the exact answer to that. It's not that far off from regular ABS. It's just we've seen more melty cooling ducts on the tool head with ABS Plus than with regular ABS. I don't have any experience with ABS Plus. I've never owned any. The eSun stuff I have used is just their regular ABS. Otherwise, most of what I've used is Paramount and a little bit of Hatchbox and KVP. How are we doing? 2 hours? Okay. I'll do the and I'm going to take this all the way off first, because I want to press all these properly. Just give everything some good pressure now. You'll be able to see that through the grill. Ah. Oops. Okay. Let's put it back in. You guys will see later when I put the front doors on, but I am a fan of the print-in-place hinges that RCF came up with. I think they work really well for what they are and for it being so simple, but there's the bottom panel. So we're going to go ahead and button this up. And we can always undo it if we need to get in there. Putting the bottom panel on really stiffens up grabbing the, when you move the printer around and end up grabbing the skirt wrong. Everything is so much more sturdy now. Oh, why did we lose music? Did we lose music or did my headphone die? Let's see. Let's try that again. Oh, there should have been music. Okay, hold on just a second, guys. Should have music now. Okay. Sorry about that. I think my AirPod died at some point and I didn't notice it had stopped. Or maybe it's not dead and it's just the music stopped. Okay. It's looking like a pretty complete printer now. I've got panels in, I've got wiring done. Let's put the PTFE tube on for filament feed. And let's get the camera angle back. So the spool holder, the PTFE end mount thingy. I think that's the technical term. Why is that not going in all the way? Okay, it's supposed to do that. No music again. Oh, what the? Can you hear me? Why are we not getting desktop music? Bowden retainer, thanks, Jeff. Why? This is a Discord thing. You can hear me, but you can't hear the music. And I see in Discord it's not actually playing through. That should be back now. It's something weird with my the AirPods being in here, what do they call it? There's headset versus headphones. I think you should get it now. Okay. Bowden retainer, thingy bead bob, and the spool holder. So the spool holder normally use, and I use just some inexpensive, regular, who cares what, PTFE tube as a insert here. And that is, my print settings were tight on that. So let me see if I have a 4mm reamer handy. Just clean that up a little bit. Something is playing. Whether it's good or not, it's just something, right? Maybe a little bit of volume. There we go. That is not wanting to go through there. Okay, well, let's do this. Mark this and cut it. And then just kind of wedge it in there. like that, and that goes like that. And then that's in there. If there's anything sticking out the end, which it looks like I got it just about perfect, you can just trim it flush with a X-Acto knife. And of course I put that on the wrong side because it's going to go in the mount to the back of the frame like that. So I'll just do it again. Yeah, this is another, I don't know when this originated, but I was introduced to this in 2.2 or 2.4. Why is that not going in at all? Is it just this PTFE tube I have? Oh, the drill's actually smaller. Nothing like this being the thing that stalls the stream. Okay, I'm just going to go with it. Cut it right there. Push it in there and then just kind of force it in. There we go. Okay. I already have a T-nut in there. And that will do. This came from, I don't know where that came from. It might have been a thing of the, whatever that Capricorn I bought at one point. But, so this was the cheap, whatever, inner diameter, just as long as it's 4 mil or outer diameter stuff. It doesn't matter what you use here. For the feed tube, you want to use the 3 millimeter inner diameter stuff. And that versus that. And I think you can actually see that. Just for less friction on the... So what we want to do, send this through here. I do have that. Let me see what I have. I've bought stuff on AliExpress, and I don't think all of it is necessarily PTFE. This is Capricorn. This is PFA. I wanted to try that. This came from Triangle Labs. Here's some what they call blue PTFE, black, some generic white stuff, and then red. I wanted to use that somewhere. And then this, I'm pretty sure, is the stuff that came with my MMU2 from Prusa. But I don't have nearly enough, and it's not 3 millimeter inner diameter. Okay, so we're gonna run this. I want to run this enough to where we hit the furthest corner and just barely. And then when this comes back, it's gonna go that way. Yep. And then this just comes around, and you don't want to make that too tight, especially with this 3 millimeter 3mm inner diameter stuff. Let's get a spool of filament to put on here. That's looking about right. Tighten that down. I'm gonna go probably about there. And then just sanity check. Make sure I can, I need a little bit more at the front. Okay, I think we'll be okay. Caught my drawer on the cable going to the camera. Okay. This goes like that. And that goes right there. And we could feed that through. Cool. Let's take this off for now. Where are we at? That might be worth trying, Sanity. Even if it is only 2mm inner diameter. It's at least a short run. I don't want to do input shaper until the panels are on, at least not running it. We can do more configuration, but I think I've jumped around a lot in this stream. I want to try to stay as much as I can and as much makes sense. Try to complete stuff at this point. So I think panels is probably the good next step. I am a little disappointed that my top camera view didn't work because I relabeled the, I don't know if you can see now, I relabeled my build surface since it used to say switch wire, it needs to say Trident now. Thanks, Tony. I appreciate you. I appreciate the comments. I'm having fun doing this. I'll keep doing it as long as people are here to watch. Okay. Guess we'll put the top panel on, even though you can't see it very well because it's a stupid iPhone. Here's another. So I pre-applied. So for the top panel, I recommend 1mm foam tape. Are we back? YouTube says it's an excellent connection. Oh, now it says it's... Smoother now, it's coming back. YouTube's lagging in what it's telling me. I'll go with it. I'm connected with a wire now. I just double checked that. I'm not catching those. Yeah. Am I not? That is the roughest. I'm not catching the edge of the. Oh, there we go. That stuff's on there. Okay, this is square, so set it on there. These are the 1mm tape, so back to the 4mm. Clips. Grab all the clips I'm gonna need at once here. What I need. I think, as with most people, I don't have a lot of choice in my broadband service. All that's available here for any reasonable setup is cable. So although I have a gigabit down, it's only like 10 megabit up. I'd sacrifice a lot of download speed for some better upload. I'm just eyeballing the center for these. One more 4mm panel clip hiding out somewhere. I'll find it at some point. Or maybe I didn't print enough. But I need one for the front. I don't know where it is. Black here. 4, 6, 7, 8. That's all of those. Printed that one earlier. I'll just grab this one. It wasn't as good. I didn't feel like it was as good a quality, but it'll work. There we go. Okay. I think you can see on these side panels, I put an extra strip of the foam along the frame here, and I use a 3mm foam for the sides. I use one and for the top and back, 1mm, but on the sides I use 3, and that just gives more room for your rail carriages so they don't rub. I put this piece here, and you can do that on Trident where you can't on V2, just to ensure that oftentimes and you'll see this, oftentimes, I don't know if you can, there is a bow to these sheets, and in this case, if you notice the bow, make sure you put your foam on the inside of it, or is that right? You want it to bow out instead of in. But also this just gives you a little extra insurance so it doesn't rub, and it might help with vibrations. I don't know. Holy, can you see that? It sat on the carpet here. That's all cat hair stuck to the edge. Where is Charlie, by the way? He's not visiting me. Charlie! Let's see if that's enough to get him here. Okay. Let's put one down here. Charlie. Must be sleeping somewhere. I mean, that's a safe guess, right? It's a cat. Well, I'm the only one here, so he's getting chin scratches. Climax Boy on the bottom panel, yeah, I put, well, they were the hinges that are made for the bottom. They're not. Sorry, this isn't lining up. The T-nut. The bottom ones have hinges made specifically for them. Ah, there we go. It shifted just a little bit. And that was enough. Yes, they are in the Trident repo, in the panels. I think it's just called bottom hinge. And they're exactly the same part. Copy paste from V2. There's no difference. Are you glad I pre-populated all these? This would have taken, we wouldn't even be close to being done today. I mean, as it is, it's going to be close to actually starting a print. Woo! That shocked me. A little bit of static built up and got a shock. Look at that, isn't it pretty? Started over here already. Oh boy, more cat hair. I'm looking forward to this switchwire kit build, because theoretically, being the easiest Voron to build, I'm really curious how long it's going to take. I think the V0 kit was 8 hours, and I didn't even get to the point. I mean, I wasn't truly finished with that because I didn't have the panels on. So I'm curious how the switchwire kit will go. What do we got? If you hold the bed with one hand, should keep you grounded. Oh, yeah. Doesn't bother me that much. So I'm getting these on here to the point of good enough. If I was doing this off camera, I'd be looking down each end and making sure that I had the T-nuts rotate into place properly. I just don't want to take that time right now. They're feeling like they're grabbing. And I spend far too much time with a ruler trying to get them straight or centered. am going to take a little bit of time, hopefully it doesn't take too long, to center the door hinges, because those are important. Or maybe we'll see. Maybe I'll install the top and bottom. We'll see. We'll see how long it's taking. We're at 2.5 hours right now. We're not doing too bad. Here, let's do it. Yeah, I didn't get shocked. There we go. Woohoo. Okay. So we have the door magnet, the magnet holders. That one I want to make sure we get centered. Wow. I guess I had the display to run off of, but that's right on. Cool. What's that? Is that what you wanted? There's a delay. Not sure what to do about that. I know that's a setting I can change. Okay, we can actually do another thing to get these perfectly centered, because it doesn't matter right now. They're just kind of placeholders. So for the front panels, these were never intended, or at least in, refresh the page. Ole, refresh the YouTube Studio page, or... Oh, never mind. So for the front panels, the doors, these were never intended, not designed to have any kind of foam tape on them to seal. Now, it's probably not a bad idea if someone wanted to do that, but I haven't done it on any of mine, and they seem to touch up against the frame pretty well. I'm just placing this here to see how I want these to go. These are right exactly on size, which means they're going to rub a little bit. Do you feel that? I might be able to adjust that in the hinges. I think so. Maybe. But so they're not designed to have a foam gasket. If you wanted to do it, you'd have to modify the hinges. Even so, the hinges that were, and I think what might still be in the V2 repo, are not sized to account for the VHB tape to attach them to the door. So I fixed that in Trident. So these are all correct, and things will close properly. So we're going to do something like that. But what I have done, what was I doing? I think I'm going to pull this. I'm going to put this one right here, just like this. Let's set the other one up here too. Is there a bow to this? Yeah. I want it to bow out, not in. Just gonna go something like that. I am going to temporarily use that as a stop. So I bolted an extra hinge down here so it'll rest across these. And that'll help me keep everything straight. That one's pretty straight. Just like that. That would be neat, Brian. I'm not getting that to catch. I can't really. There we go. I'm going to do the top and bottom ones first. I line up the hinge part at the door. This is all just kind of fitting, because I mean the door is really the most important part that needs the most attention. There we go. Okay, everything lined up. I've got the two pieces on the bottom kind of holding things. These panels are cut too exact, so I might have some rubbing, but I can always do a little bit of sanding if I need to. Okay, take care of that. I think I'm gonna call it right there. Way. Okay. the protective film on these is really on the corner. There we go. Okay, everything is good. There we go. Nice. Good. I like it. Now these can come off and get placed approximately in the center. Where are we at? Are you talking these? I think they're acrylic. They came from printed solid. Okay, I'm gonna go with right there. It's closing nicely. I like it. because drilled holes are hard in acrylic and polycarbonate, and this works. I mean, I've had the same doors on my original V2. I haven't touched the tape on them. I haven't touched the doors. They've always just worked. Here we go. And since we have a reference now, there's no reason not to make these centered. And we also have a reference here. This one can move over just a hair. Lined up with the seam in the doors. Now all we have left are the door handles. And magnets. So I've got some magnets here. Where did I put the rest of my magnets? I've got enough for one set, so. Uh-oh. There we go. Those are tight fit. Let's push one in with the other. Now I gotta find my other magnets. What drawer? Oh. That didn't take long, at least. I want to make these all the same. What do we got? So, Tony, the difference between the Trident and the V2. So in Trident, we moved a lot of features in line with V2, notably the gantry. Let me focus on getting this pushed in. So the whole gantry on V1.8 was kind of flipped upside down from V2. So we commonized the parts between we commonized the parts between V2 and Trident. Differences being stuff that's fixed, the front idlers and the rear, but there's no functional difference now in the gantry between in terms of the parts and the way it moves. The biggest difference, obviously, is on a V2, the entire gantry is in motion, which is cool. It's probably the coolest Voron. It adds complication, though. It adds build complication, and it adds cost. So the side effect, the other side is you could potentially, with poor quality integrated lead screws on Trident, have some Z artifacting. I'm not seeing any of that on mine. We are seeing a couple of reports with different things, but it's really hard to tell what people's builds are like and what particular parts they're using. But really the difference is in the way the Z functions between the two. So on a V2.4, you're a belted Z, the whole gantry moves. It's not as rigid. The Trident, the gantry is tied to the frame, which makes it more rigid, but the bed moves. So I guess you're just swapping which part is rigid, the bed or the gantry. I like both printers. I wouldn't do without having at least one of each. And now I've got two of each. What am I hitting? Oh, I'm hitting the magnet, I think, down there. I'm sorry, that wasn't a very eloquent answer, but I'm trying to think of too many things at once. You are right, Sanity. The manual for the Trident is better. We are the 2.4 is getting a manual update though. 2.4 is going to get a revision, not a 2.5. It's going to get a tweak to include the things that we did here. Notably, MGN12 is going to go into the main 2.4 CAD and build. And then things like the display, that gets moved over. A few other minor tweaks. Not enough to make 2.5. There's no plans for 2.5 right now. But it does need to be tweaked and the manual updated to come in line with what we've been doing lately. Dunar's been doing an ever increasingly better job, or improved job at the manuals. Yeah, Clemix boy, that is true. You, with the rigid gantry, you probably have more potential for higher speed. The drawback is your movement is higher in the printer, so potentially, but that's not, I don't know if that would make a difference. And then, as we've seen, and if you were in the stream last week, I've got these big steppers on here, but at certain speeds, things resonate. Yeah, and Brian, that's exactly it. It'll be 2.4 R2. We did an R1 of about a year ago, so similar idea. As far as the height of the printer, you can build it any height. It's just that lead screws get very difficult to find, the integrated ones. So it's easier to spec 250 millimeter Z height across the board. Okay, I just need to attach these. Let me, just because I've been touching things before, I had not touched it because I just removed the, I want to just make sure. Oops, that was dumb. Make sure we're good here. I'm just kind of using the magnet to position that. I'm letting the magnet position it, but I try to bias it just a little bit away from center, because that's where I found touches the most, is the edge of these handles. So just by a fraction of a millimeter over, and that seems to help. We're almost done. Oh, thanks, Sanity. I've never had an issue, and here I go doing it again. but I'll keep an eye out on it, let's put it that way. What would you suggest cleaning with instead? Because interestingly, I guess I've got a combination of polycarbonate and acrylic on the other printers, so I don't know what I've done. But I've been cleaning the ABS residue off the insides with IPA. That magnet down there is in the way. I might have to take a little bit of sandpaper to the panel, but that's that. Cool. So does that make... I think this is functionally complete. Let's hook it up and see if we can run a input shaping tune. Where are we at? Right at 3 hours? Not too bad. So we're not ending the stream yet. We're going to play around a little more. Good, we can home. This stuff out of the way. And we got a function here on the screen for Z-tilt. Right here. Listen to those steppers sing. Now I could speed that up quite a bit. What was the... Here, let's see. Oh, what? How did my... Okay. My instance of edge closed. What do we got? 0.006 is what it ended up at. Brian, these are not the spec steppers. They're higher power, 60 millimeter body. They're LDO. They're 0.9 steppers, but they're just an experiment. Trying them along with the 25 tooth pulleys. This isn't, I wouldn't recommend buying these. This is definitely just a something to try out, see how they work. So Sanity, the way we're going to do the, we're going to home this, the way we're going to do the ADXL input shaper tuning is that plug that I put in the skirt. That's how we're going to plug in the ADXL sensor, and then we'll just leave a door open. I would recommend a Trident over a 2.4 for a first build. It is the easier build, it is less expensive, and you shouldn't see a difference in capability. Eventually you're going to build both, so it really doesn't matter what I tell you. What do we have here? Okay, so we are going to go back to Clipper and documentation, and so we're going to go to measuring resonances. What we haven't done yet is set up the Raspberry Pi. So we're going to set up the Raspberry Pi as a microcontroller, and we're going to follow these instructions. So let me see if I can move this around somewhere. We're going to SSH into the Pi. And Clipper. And just for those that might not have seen previous streams, these are the settings, default settings, or that you would need for, or the firmware settings you need for the Octopus. So we go down. So set microcontroller architecture to Linux process. And that should be it. And save and exit. Yes. Now we're going to follow these instructions below. We're going to stop Clipper. And then we're going to make flash. Let that run. And I don't know if you can't see it, but the display on front says Clipper is disconnected, and it gives you a restart options or a settings menu. And now we can start. Oops. Let's just start. Okay. We don't know if it's going to give us permissions tonight. I haven't had that happen. So the remaining configuration is in the should be in the firmware, in the configuration. I mean, I haven't had to do any of this. So let's go back now to. Let's see if we have to do anything else. So I've added this stuff to the config file. We just have to uncomment it. And now we're going to run this, right? So we're homed. Oh, we're gonna restart. So we need to home again. So let's go back to the config and uncomment the things. So let's go in here, uncomment all this. Now this axis map, this allows you to remap what axis are being read from the it just associates like X is actually Z or Y is actually X. For the way that I mount these in here, I've already done this. I don't know what the default is. And I'm going to set this to the center of the bed. And the center of my bed isn't 125 because I'm using the Prusa sheet. And then I think you can leave these, or we're supposed to leave these commented for now, right? So checking the setup. Now you can test a connection for... Let me shut down and plug in the wiring and then start back up. So let's shut down. Let's save those settings. Why couldn't it be uploaded? That's saved. Oh, there we go. Okay, I don't know what happened there. And this is going to error because I don't have the device plugged in. So we're just going to shut down. And wait for the screen to finish its stuff. That's kind of nice. Okay. So I have this cable I made. 6-pin microfit is what I used. And then the other side is the connector. I think this can plug in here. And then and I haven't done this with the ABBN, I've done it with an afterburner, so I was replacing this screw here. And just bolting this in right here. Yep, that worked. Make sure it's straight, level, and reasonably snug. Whole thing back on. And I don't smell any magic smoke, so I think my wiring's right. This was hooked underneath the display. I want to make sure that doesn't happen because this still has to home. I wonder how noisy this is going to be when it runs the resonant test. Clipper is not starting. Why isn't it starting? Did I uncomment anything that I shouldn't have? What is going on? Everything happened here. Am I missing a step? Sorry, I'm gonna do some scrolling here. I did all this. Not getting... Let's restart the firmware. Did I miss something here? Let's try this, even though I don't see that error. I'm not sure what's going on. I am not... Clipper isn't starting. So let's power cycle the whole thing. Didn't we do that? Sure. I did R-mills, but that shouldn't matter, right? Okay, I'm gonna power this up and see if we even see the... And then we'll look at the log, Clipper log, and see what it says. If this doesn't come up. Actually, hey Kilo, maybe you can help. Just rewind, watch it, and then come back and let me know what I'm doing wrong. Ew, notepad. Well, we have a fully assembled printer, but as soon as I tried to set up the input shaper, as soon as I tried to set up in, oh, here, sorry. Let's switch over here. As soon as I try to set up input shaper, the Clipper won't start. Actually, I want to go to the end, right? Yeah, it's not connecting to the host MCU. And that was, oops, that's not where I want. And we, where was that? Sorry, I'm doing some scrolling. SysEMD. Sorry, let me find what I followed. Yeah, I did all of this. I ran these scripts. I built the microcontroller code. I flashed. I ran this. I did. I ran make flash. I think we might have the... This is the make flash. Here's what I did in that last. And then I just ran that permissions command just in case. That? Oh, nope. It's copy and pasted. Oops, sorry, not that one. Info from my other. I mean, there's the info right there. Is that what you're looking for? No, that's not what I want. Actually, I want to... No, I didn't run make clean before that. I appreciate the help, guys. The RC script, are you talking about this one? Yeah, you're right, Bear. I should have stopped it. I did the first time, I remember, but I didn't do the clean either, so I'm missing I'm missing something. Let's just let this finish. Finish rebooting. Okay. So, let's go back in. There's no reason why I can just rerun those, right? I can just rerun all of this because I'm almost certain I ran all of this. I mean, I don't have a problem with running it again. I should probably stop. Did I run it before? That's funny. I should hey, take care, Sanity. Thanks for being here. Whoa. What it? Okay. Unrecognized service. Oh. What am I missing? Okay, so I did that. I did this line already. So now it should be able to do this line, right? Does that matter? That doesn't matter, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Ah, there we go. We got something. It says it's dead. SPI, and that's in the... Now, where did that... So where did... Make sure the Linux SPI driver is enabled at running... Yeah, I did that. Well, maybe I didn't. No, I didn't do that. I don't think I did. Interfacing options. I'd like the SPI interface to be enabled. Yes. Okay. So I'll just follow all the instructions. I really appreciate everybody that's here. Hey, look at that. You haven't seen that yet. Look at that. We are here. Awesome. Okay. Let me get back on track here. Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. I hope someone watching this later might see the fumble there and gain from it. Because I've done that many times. Watch someone's video where they're struggling with something, and it's helped me. So hopefully it helps somebody. That is one thing. We haven't had a Charlie break. It's 3.5 hours in, but I'm going to go get Charlie. Because the next step is we're going to actually run this. But I'll be right back. I woke him up. He doesn't like it right here. So we'll just do this. Yep, exactly. And I think this will run better with a little bit of cat hair to damp the movement. Yep, he is tired. So we'll just do a short Charlie break. Okay. Let's go back to actually running this. So what, we're on the mic. So we're going to test a connection now. Accelerometer query. So we're going to run this. I'm going to come over here. right? And we're getting values. Awesome. Okay. See the current measurements. So we got that. So we didn't get an error. Next, try measure axis noise. Oh, the door's gonna get kind of annoying. I don't know what these numbers actually mean. Let's see. Get some baseline numbers for the noise. Should be somewhere in the range of 1 to 100. Too high can be an indicative of sensor issues. So everything is in that range. Thanks, Brian. I'll make sure everything's good. And then I'll close the doors when it actually goes to run. I want to be able to... Well, maybe I can just do something like... It won't close all the way. But I bet you that would be okay. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. If it snags, it'll just come unplugged, right? So now we can run a test. Let's home this thing first. Let's make sure we're not going to snag. I'm ready to grab something. Okay. We're doing good. Yep, there we go. Nice. Go back to the console and... It's gonna start vibrating. Let's go back here. I don't know what's more exciting to see. Probably the printer. It's awfully quiet. It is vibrating. Yeah, I thought it would be a lot louder than this. Starting to be able to hear it. Uh-oh. Let's try that. I turn the music down. It's up to 90 hertz. You can't really see anything, so I might as well just leave it right here. Yeah, I was imagining it being a lot. This is X. I was imagining this being a lot louder. Okay, so it wrote the file. Oh, is it? The microphone's picking up some. And now I think we can just move right into Everything's good. Yeah, let's just go and do Y. See if we get any different. Y. Doing its thing. I'll have to play this back and see what the microphone is actually picking up. Oh, that one's a little louder. Is this one picking up the noise better? Okay. Those have been saved. Let's get some music back. Hopefully. Printer went burr. Let me know if that's too loud or the music volume needs to change. Okay. So now, it's going to generate 2 CSV files, and we saw that in the results here where it wrote the CSV file. So now we are going to run a script. And did that get all of it? My sensitivity. Okay, so we're gonna connect to the Pi. Oops, I didn't want to do that. And run that script. And that should, so we'll run both scripts. Oops, sorry. It says recommended shaper is MZV at 69.2 Hertz for X. MZV at 52.6 for Y, but let's look at the graphs because it's going to save these graphs. Generate these charts. Let's get this. I do not have. What is the best way to view these? So I don't think I have like Win SCP or anything on this computer. I guess I can install it. in order to view those. What's the best way to grab those? I usually grab... This is what I use on my other computer. I don't know if it's the greatest. Oh, Jesus. Just install this real quick. It needs to be on here anyway. Do a 4-hour stream today. Let me put all this. Okay, so I got all my login information and everything entered, and I'm connected. Should be able to go to so go to /temp, and here are our two. So I have, oh boy, I have no idea what's in there. I probably should have set up something. Directory. I'll just do that. Can I just open them from here? No. Here, let's do this. Okay. There's one. And there's two. Okay. So we have some results. So this is X. Honestly, I don't know. I don't quite understand how to read these. And there's Y. Screen. Neat, huh? But we're going to take those values that it recommends, 69.2 for X and 52.6 for Y, and we're going to go over here. And we're going to go to our config. And down here under the input shaper commands, we're going to, it irritates me that I can't see the cursor. I don't know if this is a bug in the editor, but I can't see the cursor when I first move. It takes a little bit. Sorry for that struggling. 69.2, I think, right? These are the values that are on screen, or what came up on my purple 300 build Trident. And what was Y? Y was 52.6. And And save and restart, and that is that. Where's the rest of this? So there's a lot more information here going in. Selecting Max Excel. I haven't gone through any of this. Oh, where did... There we are. Okay. So I think at that point, what else do we have? Have I missed anything? We set up a screen. We did the rest of the install on the printer. We ran input shaper. Let me shut down the printer and I'll disconnect this. I thought the LGX fixes issue 6. I like that little panel, the little skirt plug. That's so handy. I'm going to put that on all my printers. And I do have a nylon washer in here because I noticed it was wearing through the silkscreen or the whatever. Now the problem with starting an ABS print right now, which I kind of wanted to do, is the soak time. Getting this thing up to temperature is going to take quite a bit of time. So I think what I'm going to do, unless anybody reminds me anything I forgot, is get this set up, start an ABS print, but not on stream. I'll post some pictures in the Discord. So pressure advance would be the next. You're right, Jeff. I have to set up. I have to be able to print the material that I want to calibrate pressure advance with, though, in order to do that. And that, I think, would probably be good for any number of other videos that people have done. I think there's a lot of sources out there for that. Oh, good job, Bear. Let's do that, because that'll only take a few minutes. Because I didn't use the default Mini 12864, and that's a major change in Trident, is the way that the display assembles. So I have the parts, so let's do it. So the Physetic or whatever Mini 12864 display, and then a modified version of the old display housing, but I changed it for an accent color, and RCF contributed a really ingenious hinge setup. So this takes some heat set inserts. When you print these, this prints bottom side down and this prints like this. There's a small built-in support here just to make sure this bridge is good. This accent piece is actually held in by this heat set inserts that the screen mounts to. So there's a very thin 1mm bit of the black, and then the rest of the heat set melts into the accent color. So let's do that real quick. So you can't just, like I was about to do, just set this down and push the heat set in. I mean, that doesn't work. You want to support it from the back. Usually I'll support it just with my finger. It's not going to get hot. But then you just make sure that that's pressed in and doesn't lift off that surface. That's the only slightly finicky part about this, but it's not hard. You just support the accent piece with your finger. There's no danger of it getting hot at that point. Just make sure those are in. And this is going to go on my original red and black V2. So then those go in there, and this is held in there. It's not going anywhere. One of the 4 holes seemed to have less meat for the heat set inserts. Suddenly just disappeared. Intentional. Where they are is kind of where they needed to be, but there's plenty of material being grabbed onto. So that goes there. You take the knob off the display, and then the back piece comes on here. And this can all get assembled right now. And I think it's in 3 by 12s, I think. Yeah. I changed these at one point. It might be, what are these? These are 10s. They're by 12s. It used to be by 16s, and the head of the, they weren't flush on the back, and you only got like one thread into the heat set insert, and I changed them in I think it was in the quick revision after the release. Fantastic. I think I thought about that. Why didn't I do that? Because that did occur to me. I don't remember why I didn't do that. It could be I just forgot. Because that's a great idea. Then another revision was just making sure there's enough clearance here for the knob to be pressed all the way. Interestingly, without that clearance, it's exactly how V2, in terms of the stack, the dimensions here, exactly like V2. But I think for the most part, most people didn't necessarily push the knob on all the way. And if you push it on all the way, then it would interfere. Now it has enough room. Yeah, I bought the Big Tree Tech display just because people were saying it's different. So I bought one so I could do some test fitting myself, and the biggest difference is the encoder is taller. It's quite a bit taller than the Fizetic one. But I think that's about the only spot that it's different. I think a little bit of extra material here, because really the problem is light bleed. The backlight bleeds through there and it looks ugly. It fits. It's just the stack here is all wrong. You see all the LEDs through here because this knob is also significantly smaller, and it sits off the part quite a bit. So this hinge has a slot here with detents in it. See that? And there is a filament hinge. So let me grab a piece of. Let me see what I can. Got a remnant from a spool here. I'm going to grab probably more than I need. And this just feeds into the... You could print a different button. That would work. Oh, and where am I? Oh, I've got a tight fit on there. That is not good. I don't know if my settings are... Okay, well, I might have to tweak that part again. Here's what I'm going to do here. So I'm going to grab 2 of these. Just for getting this thing assembled. I got it a little too tight in there. I probably printed this 6 or 8 times. And of course the one that I try to demo here is tight. I'm just going to throw a piece of filament in from each side. If anybody's having trouble with that fit, let me know, because I haven't received any feedback that it's tight, so I don't know if it's just my settings or if it's a wider issue. And then it's an M3 by 40 that just threads into plastic, and this is where you can set some of the tension. I don't know if you can hear it hit the detents. Yeah. Let's grab a little piece of extrusion. But the nicest thing about this is that it just bolts to the back of a piece of extrusion. Like that. Hey, that's what I had on here before. Instead of having to mess with the oddly located heat set inserts on the old version. I don't know if you can see, that's about the max angle that it will do. So this is going to go on my other V2s. So any questions on that? Let's see. Here, let me show you something here. I think this will be helpful. Let's pull this off real quick. So this is the latest version of the case. Super Smash, there isn't that I've made yet. I don't know if any user mods have made something. It's kind of why I bought the Big Tree Tech screen, so I could look at it and see. But let's take and install this, and you'll see exactly what the issue is. So, there's a couple of things here that I'm noticing. With the screen in there in the right spot, So that lines up with the mounting holes. At least this one, you see the ribbon cable connectors don't line up properly. It needs to move that way. So let's just, it's close enough. I'm just going to hold it in place here. So that, at least on this one, maybe there's some, I don't know, maybe there's different versions, but this one I just bought. And then the encoder sticks up a lot more. So when you put the knob on, and that's pushed on all the way, and then you see all that, and all that light bleed comes in from under there instead of shining through the knob. So that's the problem that was reported to me. It's possible that there is. Let's look at, is there a revision number on the back of this thing? Because that definitely, the screws all line up and those ribbon cable connectors do not. This is version 1.0 is what I have here. So if you have quick access to yours, let me know what revision you might have. Otherwise, shoot me a message in Discord, because I'd like to, if we need to have a different version for the Big Tree Tech one, that's fine. But yeah. So with that, we are at 4 hours. We have finished the Trident. I will get this actually going on a print, and I'll post that in the gallery, in the pictures, once that's printing and printed. I want to thank everybody for following along with this. I'm going to continue to do different builds. Like I said, next week is going to be Legacy. Then the following week is probably going to be a marathon switchwire build. So subscribe, ring the bell so you can be notified, and I will see you next time. Thanks again. Bye.